Check. Check, check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Welcome to a new week. Alright. Get rid of some of these. Open Windows. And look at the notes. So, last week, we actually did that. Speeding up pathfinding, that's finished. So now we're on an NPC instance system. Let's add a new card. So week 19. Week 19 is the 7th of July to the 11th of July. Okay, so I'm going to copy over that one so we can get it done. System right. And we also need to do something that we didn't do because I forgot about it, which is we need to save load world items, which I think we will do first. And that's pretty much it for this week. This system might be quite hard. We'll see how far we get with it. This is straightforward though, so we'll do this one first thing Monday morning. Start with something straightforward. Okay. So, load and save the world items. What we need to do for this is we'll go into game config and we're going to go to the prototypes planting room, because that's where we generate these world items at the moment. Alright, so we're in the planting room. So the world items are the things that get made. Ooh, what's going on here? It's all of a sudden lost control of Sven the droid. Alright, so we've got a bug straight away. So let's go to the movement controller. Totally lost the game input there. Game input's not enabled for some reason. That must have been the effect that did that. Didn't re-enable the game input. These ready state events. Execute hotbar item. So I wonder if this never got set. For some reason. on end never got called. So I think that happened when he went to try and execute. That's going to be very hard to reproduce. He went to try and execute an effect there, and then the effect obviously didn't execute. Okay, so this is either execute hotbar item or is there a tech bar version? Execute tech bar item. So on end didn't get called. On end should always get called, I would say. Okay. So it must have got cancelled for some reason. We send make ready execute end. Which should have called on end. Or it was the after delay that never got called. The E-ready event is a reference as well. Turning cog. Nice grocery list you were right in there. Oh yeah, definitely. Hope you're alright. Welcome back. So one of the things here is we're passing the ready event as a reference here. I say that's a little bit dodgy to do that. I think we want to copy E. Auto ready event. E.ready event. We'll copy it. Because this delay might be like 3 hours later. You never know. In which case, if we're just passing the reference over, that reference is, this E could be it will be gone by then, and it will never call end. Interesting, it didn't crash. It probably just called it with junk data. Okay. Let's just check this does still work. Now we're passing it by value. Oh yeah, that's a really nice way of learning. That's kind of what I do. Get example projects and look through them. Anoxidus, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. But yeah, turning cog that is a good way. I would say that's the way I do it. Yeah, definitely. So the ready event is totally fine to copy. I would say it's totally fine to copy over. Okay, so what I'm doing today is saving these world items. So you can make items in the world like tilled soft ground and now apple tree. So right now, if I do a quick save and then I reload the game, it's not there anymore because we're not saving them, which is rubbish because obviously that's one of the main things that you might want to get saved in a game like this. So we'll work on that. So this is the world item controller. This is the thing that needs to get put in the save file. And the old way we did this was considerably more. It was considerably simpler to save things. This not so much now. So world item controller. Let's just have a look at where we add things. So we're going to go add item world item sprite group sprite category grass. So this just creates a world item of type sprite group with the sprite category grass. What this does is just makes a world item that collects all the sprites that are marked as grass and it gives them HP. And then there's a world item Evo tree. So this is where you add an actual item into the ground. Tilled ground soft, and an Evo tree just describes how tilled ground soft could change over time. This is categorizes rocks. So there's add item once and there's add item. So this creates an Evo tree for any item that you place into the world from the inventory bag. This add item is a world item loot bag. So there are a few different things that are adding into the world. Do we have a list of them? We do. So these are all the things that can get added into the world currently. Loot bags, sprite groups, and Evo trees. So basically all these need to get saved. It's the storage really that needs to get saved. And then the world item data, which is one of these. Okay. So, in the game save file, we've got load and save NPCs. Let's go right to the bottom where we're loading and saving things. It's a lot of stuff. Tech controller. Shops. There we go, this is the end. So let's just copy both. Let's copy the load and the save signature. this is going to be load. This is going to be save world item controller. Unload world item controller. Then wherever load is, there we go. Load world item controller. Okay, so they're both, that's hooked. These are both hooked in now. So these will get passed when we want to do a save or a load. These will get processed. So we'll work on the save because I think the save's more straightforward. So the world item controller is get world item controller. And then we'll just check that compiles. I don't think we have reference to the world item controller in this file. Yeah, we don't know what it is. So include that. Okay. So we've got the world item controller. The world item controller, whoops, has in it. This is the world item controller. Has in it the item store. And the dependencies. We need to save the dependencies as well. So we need to be able to get the dependencies. World item dependency. So you can make world items dependent on other world items being there. Dependencies. Dependencies. So if you remove one item, all of its dependencies get removed as well. And then cog. No screen zoom in Visual Studio. Can you not read it? I can make it bigger. That a bit better. There's no screen zoom, no. You have to use the Windows has a zoom. Get dependencies. Trying to enhance the stuff he was reading earlier. Which bit? Do you remember which bit it was? I can go back to it. Oh, on your project. Sorry about that. If I want to zoom in to the screen, I use the magnifier in Windows. So if you just open the Windows search bar and type magnifier, if you're on Windows, to assume you are if you're using Visual Studio, and then you can like, I think you have to go into the settings. You can set the amount of zoom and stuff in the settings and how it works. I often use that if I'm looking at pixels, you know, and I want to see what's going on. Pain in the ass. Yeah, I mean, there might be a power toy. Have you heard of Windows power toys? Which might have a zoom. There might be a zoom one, which you can hook to a hotkey. If you just type in Windows Power Toys, zoom it, Yeah, try that. Try that one. You just install it, and I'm sure you can hook them up to hotkeys and stuff. Try that. Allows you to draw and stuff as well, I think, that zoom it. Okay, so to do, we've got two things to save. We've got to save the item store and save the dependencies. Dependencies. The dependency is an item ID with a dependent item ID. That's world item ID. So let's have a go at trying to save the store. So for auto storage, store in wick.get item store. What is an item storage? ID, the items, the region, and the interaction state. I don't think we need to save the interaction state, to be fair. Because that's like a live thing. Well, disabled. Probably need to save if it was disabled or not. Maybe we should save the... We'll save just the whether it's disabled. Turning cog, no problem. Okay, so I'm just going to put this over here just so I can see what we're trying to save here. So we want... We're aligning the rest to 16. So world item store v1. So we're saving the ID. The region. We can save a game region already. And do we want to save actually the interaction state itself, or whether it's just disabled? Is anyone even using the disabled? Yeah. So when do we set it to be disabled? Disable item. I don't think we do actually want to save that. I think that's meant to be a temporary thing. So we won't save that. So we'll just save the ID and the region, and then we also want world item data v1, and that's got to have the store ID in it so we can link it back up again with this. At world item data, is just some kind of tuple store. Okay, so we need to actually save what type it is. Which means really we can either call back into this these to save themselves, or we can associate them with an enumeration. Nothing else in the entire game calls back into the game code to save itself. Yeah, let's do an enumeration. The world item type. And it's linked to the save file. What do we call this? What do we call this? Save value 32, yeah, that's correct. So we're going to say unknown loot bag world items, so sprite group Evo tree. And the Evo tree itself has a context in it. Which is item transfer context. This is actually quite a complicated save. What that means is this world item data needs to be a struct, really. We need using world item data storage. And that is world item type. Is that right? Yeah. Devalix, thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just ask. No problem. No problem. Just working on saving things into the game save file, like world items in particular, at the moment. I think world items are things that can get created in the world by the player, or by anything really. And they need to get saved in the save file. Quite a generic system though. And what we want is we want template class type requires type in tuple type, so it needs to be in the world item types. Type, well, it'll be opt-ref type try and wrap. That should just return storage dot try and wrap. Storage try unwrap type that. Hey, Dev Alex, welcome. So add item. That means each one of these needs its type. So eWorld item type equals loot bag. eWorld item type is equal to sprite group. eWorld item type is equal to evo tree. So now when you do add item, items is world item data. What we need now is world item data types world item data and that is storage. So we have to move the type into storage, and the type is equal to, well, plus item item type, like that. We might just call this item type. Dev Alex, I'm doing great, thanks. Slowly working through this stuff. Hope you're doing alright yourself. Okay, so that can get the type out of the item type. So this just becomes in place now. There's a bunch of stuff in here I don't remember. What's a world item group? Oh, just a bunch of items. So let's just see if there are a bunch of block work. Oh, nice one. Nice one. Like level design stuff, do you mean? Blocking out levels. That seemed to work all right. It's just here, so add items. Everything goes through add items or add item. An add item just moves the item in to items. Items is a world item data, so it calls oh, hang on. No, this is that goes away. Let's just check it actually. That does work. New to that. Ah, right, nice one. Yeah, brilliant. That's awesome. So we need ensure as well in the item. So this is it's the same really. Item type ensure turn storage dot ensure. I'm just wrapping storage around wrapping around this storage thing at the moment. Because the rest of the thing that I've wrote assumes we were directly working with the storage. But we're not. We've wrapped it up now. Type item type. Okay, so let's just build this, and I just want to check that everything still works. Blocking out the landscaping. Yeah, that's a good idea, that. So what program are you using to do the block out work? Well, this looks alright. This looks like it's working. So I just need to go and plant something now and see if it still works. Plant an apple seed, apple tree shoot. Just let it grow. It's in an apple tree. I think it's working fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. So we have actually a specific world item data structure now. And what that means in the game save system, we have something to go on. So the world item data has a store ID, and it has eWorld item type. Now, so we know which type we're gonna save. So we're going to go for auto item in store items. UE5. Oh, cool. Real. Yeah, I know it's used a lot in like architecture, isn't it? Now, in general, people are using it for modeling outside of the games industry. Right, so we need to make an item store type. Do that here. World item store, and then we need new keys. And this is the ID is the store.id and the region. So how do we save game regions? No one else saves a game region. How do we save game locations? It's the location with the string data. So the region is game region v1 start.region with the string buffer, like that. Like in film production. All right, yeah. I actually have a friend who works in film, and that he was talking to me about that. How there's a lot of how they do that as well, which is interesting. I can't actually remember what specifically we were talking about. It was like a couple of like a year ago, I suppose. Can't remember, but yeah, what it was. It is interesting how it's like being used all over the place. So that saves. That's going to push in an entry for the store, and then the items. We need to push an entry for each item, which is world item data. So we've got the store ID and the item type. There's no ID. Interesting. For the data. That's fine. So we've got the store ID. Doesn't need to know about the region. It needs to know the type. Item type is item, not type. And then it needs to actually store the storage specific data. Which could be a bunch of things. How do I want to handle this? We'd make an entry for each individual one. The two ways we could do it individually, which means that when we make a new one of these, we will have to go into the save file system to add it in manually, or we have a callback actually into this. The callback's probably nicer because then we don't have to actually go back and mess with this again. It would be something like say we wanted to save the loot bag. It would be something like void on save or on save game, probably. There are many concepts of saving this engine, so on save game is the best one. Rather than on save, that's a bit too generic. Like, what save do you mean? And then we would need... You would probably need to return a game save entry. Probably. And then it just needs the buffers. I would say so this could have what would be the best way to do this? See, we could have an offset in here. And we could take that. We could be like... the entry offset is equal to buffer. Look at size like that. My only concern is the versioning. Like, if this changes, how do we expect the version? Like, we might say on save game we wanted to save in a particular version. On a load game we have to make sure we load that particular version. Like, we'd have to hard code the version or something. So you have to be, entry offset is entry offset. And then here we would do the game save. Here we would like call on game save. So maybe actually we put an entry like that. Data entry. this. So it'd be like auto data entry. Well, it would just be data entry equals whatever that was on save game. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. So this, we need to make sure now that we can save this. So we kind of need a concept for this, for on save game. We have concepts here, but they're inside. Item type. So this is T on save game. We'll put this right at the bottom. Put it over here so you can see what I'm doing. And it requires T buffer. What was a string data one? Just a T, both T push buffers. Requires on save game buffer string buffer, same as game save entry. Okay, so game save entry, where is that declared? In game save. So include game save. So we have a concept for that. Do need to actually implement what that does. So that comes over here. So it doesn't do anything right now. We'll make it do something. We'll just check that we get called into this eventually. Has on game save. Should be. Okay, so that's fine. We've got our breakpoint there. So in game save now, we're just going to go for each type. You can get world item types. Not sure what actually we want to pass through yet. I'm going to go using T equals standard to K T decal type of X, right? So we'll get whatever X was. I'm going to go if const expr world item as on game save. So we definitely need to pass through item. Item on game save. And we need to pass through these two, buffer and string buffer. Buffer, string buffer, and that returns, well, I think we just do this in here. And just pass through everything. Right. Get rid of these compile errors. On game save is not world item data. It's on the storage. So this is if auto data equals item store or item.try unwrap t. That's what we need to do. And this is data on game save. World item loot bag doesn't have on game save. On save game. So this should be called on save game as well. So it's just going to go through each item, and then if each item has within it stored some data that has implemented the on save game method, it will create an entry for it. And I'll store it in the data there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is test this. It's only loot bag that has it though, unfortunately. Loot bag, we can't get hold of one. Well, we could go and get one, but that's what we'll do is we'll implement it for the sprite group. Put a breakpoint there as well, but we won't implement it for the Evo trees yet. So we can just check that we'll get our sprite group saved, but not our Evo tree. Yeah, I've never done a callback into something to save it before. This seems the best thing to do, really. Okay, so I'm going to go in. So by destroying this grass, so we've created the sprite group doing that. Now we've got a sprite group and we've got an Evo tree. The tilled soft ground is an Evo tree. So if we save that, we can see the store has got one storage, and the storage has got 2 items on it, which is a sprite group and an Evo tree. So this one is the sprite group, right? So this does have... Oh, it didn't unwrap it though. Oh, we're testing it against loot bag. Now we're testing it against sprite group. It did unwrap it there. So now we call on save game. There we go. So this is where we get to save the sprite group, of which we don't do anything yet. And then we just make an entry for it. And that should be it. Because there's nothing else defined. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Developed. Okay, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your blocking out. All right. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is actually put in what these do. We'll make one for each one now because we have to save all of them. The Evo tree. Well, the Evo tree is going to be harder because the Evo tree has context as well. Okay, so the loot bag's on save game. It just has to save the ID. So we're just gonna go struct world item loot bag v1 uses for ID. So this is auto offset equals buffer push one of these world item loot bag v1. The ID equals the ID of this world item loot bag. So we need to return a game save entry. Data offset is offset like that. The key, we need to say really we do need a custom key for this. To say that it's V1. So we're going to go save key V1. I was going to say game save key V1 or custom V1. Let's call it custom V1. So the key is custom V1. At least we know it's V1, so we can match the version. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. They need to be in order. Just working on saving and loading the world items in the game save file. Oh, nice one. Yeah, it's 10 in the morning here, 10:30 in the morning. So I'll be thinking about dinner much later. Right now I just drink coffee all day. I must say it's decaf. I don't drink full calf all day because I would never sleep. So I limit my caffeinated coffee. I used to drink full calf coffee all day. Can't really do that now. I'll be having something nice for dinner. So that saves the loot bag. Maybe we should be a little bit more clever about this. No, we'll just leave it like this for now. This is fine. I think we'll do it like this. There are clever ways to do it, but this is like pretty straightforward what we're doing. So the sprite group ooh, delicious. Have I learned any new tricks or fun bugs? I did learn something over the weekend which caught me out. So in the A star, because I was working on the A star last week, and I did a bit of the weekend, just finished it off. So you can get neighbours. So what would you think a rare count of that is? If I did a rare count on it. Because I was thinking, oh, it's 8. But it's not. Because this is a double pointer, really. So array count of that is 1. And that was causing a bug here because I was doing array count neighbors times start size of to null all of them 8 in a row. But that's wrong because this turns out to be just 1. Because this is size of this thing divided by, well, array count is like size of divided by the size of the dereference thing. So that's what I learned. So you have to say 8 there. I can't say array count. If this was on the stack, it would be 8, but it's not. So that caught me out. That was what it was, causing gaps in the path. That was the bug. You even having to initialize them. They aren't dynamic like vectors. The reuse. It's like the reused blocks of data, I think. So I declare it there, and then they're just reused over and over again. So they need to be nulled. Every time I want to reset them to something else, they have to be nulled, because if there's a search space, you see, not all of them get filled out. So that's what was happening. It was like filling out all the neighbors and then not nulling them when I got back round. So some neighbors weren't actually neighbors. They were neighbors from the last attempt. I must do a vector for everything. Yeah. I only do it because it means there's no dynamic. There's no call to new. That's the only reason I've done it. You know, this is a very kind of C thing, I suppose. If you want to do it in a C++ way, you'd do a standard array. Star cell 8. But you'd still have to null. You still have to call like not memset here, or do a copy of another standard array of 8. Because this whole memory needs to be just null. It's only 8 pointers. Basically, it means 8 pointers. They've all got to be null. But that was causing a bug, you see. So I did learn that. So I'll watch out for that in the future. Not to call array count to arrays passed in. All right. So the world item sprite group. What does a sprite group have? It has all of this stuff that needs to get saved. Sprite state and all of that stuff as well. World item. Oh yes. So you have this thing called storage ID that links it to the store as well. Yeah, so we probably need to save all of these. The attribute range, HP. So I think what we want is S32 min HP S32 max HP. S32 HP. So sprite state. And that has properties. There's lots of stuff, you know, that these have arrays of stuff. You know, maybe we don't have to save the sprite group. If you load the game, see, maybe we only actually have to save how much HP it's got. Or if it's got 0 HP. That might be much more straightforward. So this is HP. HP.get. I think that's it. And then we can just, when we reload the game, we just create the new sprite group and then set its HP. I think that's all we're gonna do, rather than have to save the entire thing, because it's massive. You know, it's gonna be quite complicated to save it. And then the Evo tree, doesn't actually need to save the tree set. Tree index, item ID, tree index. It has the context as well. So where does the context get set? I think the context only gets set when we're doing something with it. Item transfer. Yeah, so we don't need to save the context. All we really need to save is the ID, the item ID, the tree index, and the base type. We need to save all these. All right. So serialized game time is just seconds. So I just use 64. So we just need to save those things, I think. Tree index. Because it could be a bunch of trees, I suppose. Okay. So we've got ID is ID, got item ID is item ID, got tree index. I mean, that's just a U64, isn't it? Equals tree index dot value as 0 dot base type is the base type. Dot item creation time is the item creation time seconds. Dot item type. Oops. Item type change time seconds. Okay, so that will, in theory, save them all. Now we start the more difficult task of loading them all back up again. We'll align this as 16 as well. Do it on all of them. So we do need to save dependencies. So dependencies, right? So that saves the item stores. The dependencies are easy to save. It's just 2 U64s. What does it look like? Okay, so we're going to go for auto d in wick.get dependencies, and then we're going to go auto offset equals buffer dot push a dependency which is dot this item ID is d.this item ID dot dependency ID is d.dependency ID, like that. Push a new entry on. Which is a world item dependency v1. And that's easy. Saving the dependencies is easy. I'll put a breakpoint there. So we'll plant something into the world and we'll change it. We'll modify it. Into an apple tree. And then we'll save it and then we'll load it again. We'll see what happens. The load's not written. We'll have to write the load. That's probably might be more difficult. Ooh, what's happened there? Oh, it's trying to load game saves and stuff. Changed that. Sets game saves. Let's get rid of those. All right. So we'll create one next to this rock. And we'll put an apple seed with cosmic sludge. And then it should eventually turn to an apple tree, and then we're going to save. Okay, so we're going to save the HP, which is 0. So this is just the HP of this region. We're not actually saying, we're not actually saving that it was full of grass or whatever. Which is probably better, because we could change the level underneath the save file. And all it would do is it would just set this region's HP to be 0. That's all it saved apparently. Which is not great, because we should have saved more stuff than that. We probably didn't have a breakpoint there. Sprite group. Loot bag. Yeah, we didn't have a breakpoint. We do want to test the Evo tree. Okay. Oh, on game event. That's not what I wanted. On game save. On save game. Here, this is the one I actually want to test. Alright, so now it's an apple tree. We'll press save. So, the HP. And now we're going to save the Evo tree. For the tilled ground soft. And now we're going to save the Evo tree for the apple seed, which is now an apple tree. We do have dependencies. One dependency. Okay, so that saves it. There. So let's work on loading it back up again. I'm guessing we want an on-load game. What does a load game want to take? It needs to just take the entry, really. So it's a game save entry. So we want an on-load game. We definitely want the game save entry. We might actually want the storage as well that it belongs to. Possibly do want that. What we might do is just work on it for the sprite group. But we do need to save the category. Okay. So dot category equals category, and then that means that this save file isn't good anymore. Yeah, we do need the category. So let's just build that because we need to make one again. I bet it does need the world item store as well for load game. So let's pass. So the load game one, we'll work on the sprite group one. It's going to be void on load game world item storage store game save entry. Like that. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just a block of memory, which is nice. All right, so let's put a breakpoint there. So we need the concept for this as well. Which is on load game. Store entry. like this. Yeah, as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's the main thing, innit? Onload game. So we have the entry, actually. We need the pointer. Just having the entry is not good enough. We need the buffer. Really? Like maybe we could pass something a little bit better in than just game save entry. We need the buffer. We need to know where to do the copy. Yeah, it's multidisciplinary. That's why I like it. I get to do loads and loads of stuff. But yeah, it is big. Yeah, Stardew Valley, yeah. Big. That's quite a big game, isn't it, as well? It's a really good game. So I'm wondering if we should just pass, actually, another thing into here. So in game save, in the header file, we could have struct game save custom data entry. We'll have the game save entry, the entry, and then we'll have the buffer. So what is this? It's got something called buffer. We pass it in the buffer. So the buffer is just a buffer. So this can be a buffer reference. Like this. And then we want what do you call that entry? Entry. Buffer. And then we want to do this thing here. Get entry data as part of the Maybe we don't even need this. Yeah, it's like you can put yourself under a lot of pressure easily. Yeah, I think you should enjoy the journey of it. Like, if you think too far ahead, it's very easy to get overwhelmed with the amount of stuff. But one thing I learned very early on is that it's just everything's made up of lots of little bits. So you just concentrate on the next couple of little bits, and then after a while you get something huge that you never thought it would be possible for you to make or do. It doesn't just apply to making things, it applies to everything. So you just got to concentrate on the next couple of steps forward rather than try to think of everything you've got to do. Otherwise you won't finish because you'll be like overwhelmed with the amount of work. Yeah. Yeah, that advice has helped me a lot through all sorts. Like growing a business is exactly the same. Yeah. It's one step at a time, and enjoy the journey together. Don't just think about the end all the time. It's not about the end, because when you got to the end, it's over. It's about the journey, really. Unless you're making Stardew Valley, because you're still working on it now. But most of the time, when you get to the end, it's over. Yeah. It's important. It's important when you try and do anything big. So we can make one of these for any game save entry in theory. For custom stuff. So on load game has the start, and it has this in it. Now the question is, how do we make sure that's the right one? Oh, we go straight to it. We go straight to it in the load file. So let's check that build anyway, because that's new stuff. Modern gaming. I don't tend to play a lot of AAA modern stuff. I think they get too much. They get caught too much in high fidelity, photorealism. They think like games cost a lot of money because they're trying to make them look incredible. And it takes a lot of people to do that. And I don't think that's necessary, personally. They obviously do though, because they invest a lot of money. And games do, games do get a lot of grief if they don't look amazing. So, it is true. It's just I personally don't think that makes a good game. Yeah, exactly. But I think it's actually making the industry suffer as well. Like, games are becoming very high risk. Like AAA games are becoming very high risk for the companies to make. Yeah, it's a shame it's crashing all the time. Like a game shouldn't crash. That's the baseline, isn't it, of a good game? Does it crash or not? Like, I don't think it should crash. Any game that's been released should crash consistently. I mean, games do crash, but if it's just, there shouldn't be such thing as a crashy game. If your game's crashy, it means you've reached too far. You've overreached the scope of the game and you haven't got it under control. And that means you've probably spent too much money, and that means you have to ship a game that's crashy. Yeah, that's a shame. Alright, so I'm just going to make a new window and go to line 1760. So we're going to try and load these up again. So we've got AutoWick equals get world item controller. And then do we have empty? We do have empty. Item store and dependencies though. That's the only thing in there, I think. Yeah. So we empty it wherever we are, and then we're going to remake it now. Yeah. Yeah, I have a 1080 as well. My computer won't. I need to get a new computer really to start upgrading the graphics card. I feel like AAA is kind of digging itself into a little bit of a hole because it has this problem of they're very expensive to make, and I think it's a mistake for everybody to be going to Unreal Engine. It's like it solves the short-term problems for them, but in the long term, I don't think it's good for the industry to just everybody be using a single engine, It'll eventually put players off playing games. Yeah. It's like there's a bunch of problems with just using like you get a brain drain of engine coders as well. because everybody who wants to get into games now will probably end up just getting Unreal Engine, and it's a great engine and it allows them to make games. But a lot of those people would have ended up being interested in games technology, not just games. And if they're not exposed really to under the hood of the engines, because Unreal's just too big really, they might not find that interest. And then you end up with a world where the innovation's just done by one company, which means the innovation's going to be quite slack really, compared to having many companies competing for innovating engines. But I get it, like, you know, CD Projekt Red wanted to go to Unreal Engine 5 for The Witcher because probably a massive part of that was because when they released Cyberpunk, it didn't work. And they were like, well, if we just got a third-party engine, we wouldn't have all this headache. You know, so I get it. I just don't think it's actually good for the industry long term, really. Yeah. It's like old hardware, yeah, maybe it ends up crashing more on that. And also, it's just the idea of innovation, pushing gamers forward. It's all going to be done on the indie scene, probably. Probably, you know, or Unreal or Epic will do it themselves. But there's no... Well, it's not like this now. But imagine in the worst case, everyone just uses Unreal. It's like everyone just uses Windows at the moment, you know. Everyone just uses Unreal. That means all the games will come from the same engine, and if anybody wants to innovate on that engine, I mean, I don't know. But they have to do that because it's just costing too much. But if they dropped the fidelity, you know, like I kind of like the way that Double Fine did it back in the day, where they were like, we're going to release a bunch of smaller games. And that allowed that company to survive. Because they just didn't try to go for that huge high fidelity stuff. Yeah. Yeah, crazy, innit? I feel like Microsoft trying to, because it's like, it's pushing everyone to use Windows 11, dropping Windows 10. But then they're not supporting like a huge range of hardware for Windows 11. So I can't actually upgrade to Windows 11 until I buy a new computer. So I do feel like Microsoft is essentially saying, well, if you want to, you got to buy a new computer now. Okay. So we need to, we'll look at another load. We need to get all the entries. Copy this one. We're going to look for an item store entry. Like this. And it's just an ID and a region. Okay, so what happens if we just want to add a region in with no item? We just in place ID and region, so it's auto store is wick.get item store. So it's store dot in place data ID, data region. Yeah. Problem here. Oh, because it's a different type of region. So how does this work? It's data region, load strings, string data, data region to game region. Like that. So let's just load and see if we can make a new item store. Yeah, that's the nanite and stuff. It's all pushing this high fidelity thing, you know. And that's kind of what Unreal tries to sell, high fidelity. Yeah, I mean, they could do that because they were simpler, weren't they? That's the thing. Like back in the PlayStation 1 and 2 days, you released a game on a disc and you didn't get any patches. There were no patches. That was it. It just had to be. That was the thing that you made. Yeah, I mean, I do like the idea of patching. I don't like the idea of releasing a game that's unfinished. So it needs a massive patch. Alright, let's load. Can we load? Have we got any saves? We've probably not got any saves. Let's make a save. Just this. So we'll save. And then we will load. Oh, the load we didn't get called on the load. For some reason. Why didn't we get called on the load? Yeah. Okay, we're not getting called. Oh, it's not built. Different. Okay, let's just rebuild this then. So the save seems to be fine as long as we can load the stuff back again. So we'll just check. Right, I'm just going to go for a 2-minute break and make a cup of coffee while this is building, and we'll continue. I do really like that these engines are free, and that means like everyone can make games. That's really good. Oh, great vid.
Is the MMO genre dead? Dying?
I'll have to watch it off stream because I don't want to get like copyright strikes and stuff. State of MMOs in 2025. Yeah, I'll watch that. Thank you. You know, I think having these free engines it's got its good points and its bad points, but it's one of its good points is anyone can, if they want to make a game, they can do it, and that's really good. All right, let's load. Okay, so we've emptied all of them. There's nothing in the world item controller now. So we'll get that. We'll load the strings. So the data now. And we're going to make a region. That sounds good. And now what we need to do is recreate all of the items. How do we do this? So we need to look for an item. Need to go through the entries again. And look for item data. Shadow Sue, hey, how's it going? Welcome. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. You could always make a game if you know C++. Well, yeah, if you worked hard enough, for sure. I think, you know, a lot of people are overwhelmed by the amount of C++ you have to write to make a game. So it's if your goal is to make a game, C++ would probably just get in the way. If you didn't know it, it would definitely get in the way. You'd not make a game. You'd just suffer with C++. Whereas if you went out and got Unity, you'd be, or Godot, you'd make it. You'd be making a game. You'd be loving it. Okay. Any language can do a game. Yeah, that's right. What I mean is, you would be just over what you like. Say you didn't know programming, and you wanted to make games. You'd just hit a brick wall with programming for so long that it'd probably put most people off. And that's what I kind of mean. If you want to learn how to program games, that's different. Because then you wouldn't be hitting the brick wall with programming because it'd be what you wanted to do. And that's why I like these. I like the engines that, I like Godot and like all of these free engines. It's free, Bright Group. So we've got our item back out, and we've got our data entry in it, and it's a sprite group. So we need to do. We need to go through and create an entry now for each of the item data types. Yeah, Shadow 2, I've written games in Python before. Like, you can do it in anything. I like programming better. Yeah, and programming's my thing. Games technology is my thing. Like, that's what I enjoy, rather than games. I enjoy, like, oh, well, how does... Rather than, like, using Unity to make a game, I'd be like, oh, yeah, how does Unity actually work? That's more my thing, really. I don't really know much about making games. I don't have much experience in making games, really. I've made a few games, but I wouldn't consider myself a good, like, a experienced game maker or whatever. Yeah. I enjoy, yeah, the engines, I suppose, or anything really. I'll have a go at writing my, like, I had a go. I wrote my own string class rather than use standard string because I wanted to know how to do a string class. You know, most people would just use standard string, I suppose, and concentrate on the bigger goal. I like to sit down and work through things because that's what I enjoy about the hobby, you know. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to loop through all these again. Has on load game this time. So we don't have a buffer to unwrap this time. So it's a little bit more tricky. But we do have a type. So we need to go if x.type is equal to data item type. We need to do auto item equals wick add item once, or add item, I suppose is fine. The ID, which is data store ID. The region, we don't have the region. Is this the item ID, or is this the... No, this is the store ID. Okay, so we don't have a region. Maybe we should save the region as well. And that's T like that. Coding VB.net, yeah. Yeah, I think it always makes you a better programmer. That's definitely true. It's like what I said before about, I was saying about, like, do you like the journey or the goal? Like, if you're just concentrating on the goal, you just want something to work. And you don't really want to know how it works. Like, for instance, standard string. But if you're on a journey to become a better programmer, it is worth going through all these things, I think, and really understanding how they work. So that'll create a new item. And then we need to do item.onload game. And we need to pass some stuff. So we do need the store. So we'll do if auto store equals wick dot get item store find we don't have a find item store, I don't think. So we'll extend get item store to be able to, so we'll do opt-ref world item storage get item store 64 by the ID as well, which will just return item store dot find IID data store ID. And then we'll do store add item T. That's better. Does that return the item? It returns an index into the item. So we'll just do just add it that way. Except we'll pass in the stores region. And then our onload game needs some stuff. I've done a bit of VB.net, you know, a long time ago. Yeah, years ago. 20 years ago or more. It's an interesting language because it's like different from like the C style languages. Okay, so we need a custom data entry. So we need the store and this thing called a custom data entry. Which is data entry on the buffer. We might need actually the string buffer as well. Don't need it for these particular ones we're working on now. But we will, it might in the future, and you want to store strings. And this doesn't actually need the buffer. Get entry data. And that doesn't need that either, because we've got the entry right there. We'll just make one here. Buffer string data E, and we'll just do standard move E. Or just E is fine. Like that, yeah. No game engine for visual bits, so you made one. Oh, nice one. I like that, that's cool. You know, this should technically be a mem copy, you know. I think it'll be fine. Might change that later. Alright. So we'll get into onload game now. In theory, if this works. What did you use to make, you know, to like do your graphics and stuff with Visual Basic? That's interesting. DirectX 11. Alright, so it's got like bindings. I've not looked much into it, to be honest. I suppose isn't .NET's kind of... as long as it's a .NET language, they can interop, can't they? So, yeah, you could probably use like the monogame stuff. From what I remember. Alright, let's load. Alright. So we have the first one, which is a sprite group with some data in it. Then we're going to add whatever T is. T is a sprite group, which is good. What I do want to know is if it creates the oops, not going to do that. I want to know, because it's a sprite group, if it captures the sprites. So we actually want to do it with a category, with the category. We have that, don't we? We have the oh, we don't have the category. So on load game then. We need to actually do the category stuff. I think we just have to set the category. So I'm just going to go this equals world item. Well, let's just get there first. Let's just get there first. Ah, right, okay. What an interesting choice to make it not case sensitive. Sharp DX. Slim DX. What's Slim DX? Ah, yeah, cool. Cool. You can use that. That's awesome. All right. So we have our entry now, and then we're going to call onload game, and here we are. So we need to get out this thing. So if auto data is entry, get entry data, world item sprite group v1. World item, oh, it needs to be, we need to know about it here. Just see what we have. Game devs brand, Game Pass, games brand, destroying game, and I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, they just don't say how the thing works financially. So what's the problem here? Okay, this needs to be const. Like, I've tried to rack my brain how it works financially. And I think it's done deal by deal for sure. But it probably goes, we'll pay you a bunch of money to put your game on Game Pass for 6 months. But we won't give you any of the... Shadow C, thanks for the follow. We won't give you a cut on the actual... It's independent of how many people play that game. And then Microsoft are just happy losing money because they're so big to grow the brand. So they measure, their metric is growth of subscribers, not money earned. Gardener.lib. Gardeners.lib's the game. That's the game. The engine's broken into a bunch of different things. So the spine, which is a lib, which I didn't write, that runs the skeletal animation stuff. Build tools, the shader compiler, or any other type of assets that I want to build. Executable. Support library, that's a lib, I think. Lib. Engine itself, that's a lib. The back end to the renderer, that's a lib. Shaders isn't anything. And then this is the game lib. So all the game code goes here. So you could, for the most part, create a new lib with a new game. Link with all this and start making your new game. Yeah. Called it third party. Third party just means was written by a third party. If I'm the first party, that's me. My colleague, which I don't have because I'm working on it on my own, would be the second party. And the third party is anyone else. So I have, like in libBM, whoops, I have some third party stuff as well. So they're the things that I didn't write. I just keep them separate because I don't want to change them. I don't want to actually modify any of this code. I'm using DirectX 12 for this, yeah. It's only the visual. I've not really started working on the visuals of the game yet, to be fair. I'm just working on gameplay prototyping. So all of this stuff is just stuff that I've brought over from other games or other projects that I've worked on. Like I have drawn it all. The only thing I haven't drawn is the character. I got that from Spine. but I've drawn the rest. But I just need to prototype some gameplay so you can play the game, and then I'm gonna go through and actually make it look really good. Yeah, I don't want to change them because I want to be able to, like, if they fix bugs or if Spine updates their animation editor, because they don't do backwards compatibility to Spine. So if you update the animation editor, you have to get a new version of the runtime. So I just don't want to change it. Oops. Hey, look, we've got that thing again. So this happened earlier. Got a little bug there where sometimes it doesn't give control back to the player. So I lost control there. Couldn't control the droid anymore. I want to make a note of that. That's 2 times. That is a new bug. Investigate that. Sometimes lose Sven control of Sven when executing effects. I didn't even want to do that. I wanted to load a game. Lost control, yeah. Not mentally, just control of the player. Well, the thing is, like, because we're getting to the end of pre-production, essentially, I have to go through and make sure that all the systems are how I want them to be moving forward to making the game. So I changed quite a lot of the movement controller code last week. I changed all the pathfinding, put that on, made that all asynchronous, and then the movement controller stuff the API changed quite a lot, so it would have introduced bugs like that. And I spent the weekend fixing quite a few of them, but there will be more. Just fix them as we come across them. Okay. So what does this look like? Grass. HP is 0. Brilliant. So it gave me back what I wanted from the save file. So what I need to do now is I need to do this. Well, I need to do category equals data category. And then we will probably get an on enter. For the sprite group. Which will set the HP. Now I need to be able to say that the HP is going to be 0. So who calls on enter? I wonder if on enter is going to get called. I reckon on enter is going to get called. So call add item after add item, which called on enter. So it's already been called, right? So I don't think we do want to add an item that way. I think we want to go store add item T. And then we want to do store load it. Then we want to call after add item, really. So this needs to call after add item, which is private. Unfortunately. I think all it does is it calls on enter. Like this, but obviously I don't want to do that. Set a breakpoint, declare a random variable. Yeah, I inherited that from Visual Studio because it can lose scope if you do something like, if there was nothing there and you wanted to just see if the code went in here. I think now you can just do that. But maybe it won't even execute anything in here, so this just loses scope immediately. So I have to put like in x equals 2 there to make sure that I can check that we go in there. So I think on load game, right. I ideally don't want to have to call it on enter, really. But that means onload game has got to return a world item sprite group. Right. So now we can do the unwrap. Start items. Storage. Start items. Try unwrap. Data onload game. So this needs to actually return a world item sprite group reference. Oh, actually, we have it now, don't we? Can call on enter. We have it now, so we don't need to do on enter. But we only want to call on enter if it has on enter. So if constexpr world item has on enter, that is actually in the world items file. So what I think we might do is just move all of these up into the header file now. With these two. because we need to call on enter on each of the world item types, because that's what kind of constructs the world item. Doing wrong thing. We're just loading something. Alright, so we call onload game, which just sets the category. Then we call on enter, which is basically going to create all the sprites and set the HP to 20. Now the problem is that we need to now set the HP to what it was on the save file. Maybe we don't call on enter, because the thing is, like, all of these on enters do the setups. So they'd all suffer from this problem. So we do this, and then we do on enter store, and then we do HP set do data HP. We do that because all of these onload games, the on enters probably set the state of the actual item. Or maybe we do, well, no. So we could call enter. It would be nice just to call on enter automatically and then come back in. So like have an afterload game. Or like an after on enter. You know, we could have an after onload, after on enter, after on enter. Onload game after on enter, where we can set stuff. That does break it up into 2 function calls. The thing is, like, I'm probably going to forget in the future to call on enter on some of these when I add new ones. Whereas if it's an explicit call, the load game is a little bit like the whole game's not been loaded at that point, so it's a little bit of a bad name, that. So you could call this before load and after load. Before game load. We'll just call it afterload game. Which sets the HP. So this just sets the category. That sets the HP. Nah, I think it'll be fine just to do this, you know. We'll probably just look. If it becomes a problem where I forget to start doing this, we'll change it. Okay, that's fine. And that's all I need to do for the sprite group. The loot bag doesn't actually have an on enter. This is it, it's like on enter's optional as well, so it's like sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Alright, so on load game, we need to go if auto data equals entry, get entry data, so this needs to come out again. For the loot bag, and then we just have to say ID is data ID, like that. And that does the loot bag one. And then the last one is the Evo tree. So how do we want to do this? When you actually call an on enter for an Evo tree, it generates an item of base type. So it does tree set create tree, and that sets the tree index. So I think all we got to do, so if auto data equals entry, get entry data. So we've got to say ID equals data ID, item ID equals data item ID, tree index is equal to tree set dot create tree item ID. Base type is equal to data base type. We'll say that's data item ID. Item creation time equals data item creation time item type change time data item type change time. Need to sneeze. Excuse me, bloody hell. So we don't actually want to call enter on that. That's basically it. That's all we need for that. Yeah, so it's good to not to actually automatically call enter on enter. So this just needs this because it's actually doesn't have an implicit conversion there. Look, so the thing about this is the item ID won't be for the base type. So that won't work because the item ID is probably going to be the converted type. The item type of the item. Oh look, it did create the world item properly because that grass is missing. It didn't actually do the load for the Evo tree. So this is the Evo tree. Okay, it didn't work. Unload game can't have done that properly. We did just copy it though. So it definitely does have an onload game. Let's get rid of a lot of this stuff. Need to hide it behind a step filter. is X, sprite group, Evo tree. So it doesn't, it says it doesn't have an onload. I wonder if that's just not built properly again. I just rebuild that. Because we definitely do have an onload game. Right there. And this actually needs to test that the entry is of custom version 1 as well. Yeah, I think it's going to work now. Wasn't built properly before. Okay. Now the problem is, when we create this tree, it's probably going to say it's an apple tree. Oh, it's tilled ground soft. So it doesn't actually have anything. So we need to save something. So there we go, it worked. It came back, which is awesome. However, it's not quite right, because if we put an apple tree on there, wait for that to grow into an apple tree, and then we save, and then we'll restart the game. And then we'll load it. We'll just get rid of some of these breakpoints now we know they're working. It did load an apple tree. It just wouldn't have loaded the proper tree. The proper Evo tree. Obviously it loaded an apple tree. But the Evo tree would have been for an apple tree, whereas the Evo tree should be for an apple seed, because that's what was saved into the game. So the item prefab type is oh, that's till ground soft. The item prefab type is an apple tree. It should be apple seed. So that's a difficult one. I think what we need to do is it's not actually that difficult. We'll do item ID. The inventory item type, base type, like that. And then we'll just stick that there. And it's not prefab type. If there's not an item, we can't do it. So we'll just say base type. and this just returns create tree. Well, we need to go if auto prefab equals get inventory item controller, get prefab for the item, return create tree, item ID, prefab, type, like that. And that means now, go back. We need to do data base type this. So that will just create a tree for the base type. And that should be it. That should be it. We need to test the loot bag one. Loot bag's very straightforward. It's just an ID. Might need to call on enter. I didn't have an on enter, does it? So we do this. And it's an apple tree. So let's just check that it creates the tree, the Eva tree, for an apple seed rather than an apple tree. So the base type, oh, that's tilled soft ground, so that doesn't have a radio tree. Apple seed. So the item is actually an apple tree, but we're creating the Evo tree for an apple seed. It says tree item types is apple seed. Which maybe is not right. So it'll momentarily be an apple. Change it back to apple tree immediately. I just wonder if we should say that the item type is apple tree. It calls add root, right? Which says that the tree item type is an apple seed. So I think actually this needs to be item prefab type. That will fix that. So the base, just automatically set the type to the fact that it's grown into an apple tree already. So I think we should test this with an intermediate one as well, like an apple tree shoot. So it goes from apple seed to apple tree shoot to apple tree. So we will look at, so we're going to say it goes from apple tree shoot to apple tree in 5 minutes. We'll say 30 minutes, right? This is in-game time, so it's actually 30 seconds. And we will save the fact that it's an apple tree shoot rather than apple tree, and see if it loads it in an apple tree shoot and then grows it to an apple tree. Okay, so it's an apple tree shoot now, and it'll be like that for 30 seconds. So we'll save, then we'll wait for it to go. Actually, we'll save on 20, and then we'll wait and see when it turns into an apple tree. If it ever does. There we go. So it was at 39. So it took 20 in-game minutes, or 19 in-game minutes, to turn from an apple tree shoot to an apple tree. So let's just load that. Well, actually we can test. We can just go through this and just double check. So the item is an apple tree shoot. So it sets it to be an apple tree shoot there. And it adds all the stages. So let's just get rid of the breakpoints. So even though it's 30 in-game minutes to turn from an apple tree shoot to an apple tree, because we're going to load partially through its tree, it should only take, it's already been going for 10 in-game minutes. It should only take 20 in-game minutes to grow. So it started at 20. So at 7, so I'm looking down here, at 7:40, it should go to being around about an apple tree. There we go. Brill. That's awesome. That's working. So do one more test. We'll do a loot bag. So that means we've got to go and kill an enemy. Over here. Okay, let's kill this guy. Can't even get a hit on me. Okay, so we have a loot bag. So we save. I'm gonna restart the game. I'm gonna load. Well, the guy's alive, but there's his loot bag. So he saved his loot bag. Brill. The guy's still alive. I haven't decided what I want to do with enemies on game loads. Yeah. But his loot bag was there. So I think that's it. I think that's it done. It just means that if we create new ones of these, different types of world item, we just need to make sure if we want to save and load data, we've got to do it through here now. But yeah, that's good. Right, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. Well, let's just check something off the list. There we go, save and load world items. So I'm gonna have a 2-minute break, and then we will get on to the next thing on the list, which is NPC Instancing. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm back. So NPC instance system. This is if I want to spawn 2 of the same NPC, which I'm probably going to want to sometimes. For instance, what happens if I want 2 of those Spidey guys to fight at once? I might just turn the paths off actually. What is it? In drift. Yeah. So if there are diff. Now this might need a little bit of refactoring, because up until now this has been the ID. This has been the ID of the NPC. Whereas that can't be the case anymore. I don't really know how much code we're going to have to take apart to do this. He's drifting there, look. He sits down there. Let's just check all of his brain is on. So we were messing about with his brain last week. Yeah, all of his brain is on. So this is what I was thinking. Well, let's just make a fresh start. Let's just check this in. This is a U32. The instance can be a U32. So we can do struct NPC instance, and then we're going to have union struct NPC ID NPC, and then we'll have U32 instance, and then we'll union that with the ID. That's what I was thinking of doing for an NPC instance. And then default, we want NPC ID NPC, right? And then we want static inline instance counter. Now, do we want one for each type? That's the question. So we could do like enum array. Well, we could do standard array. View 32 enum count. And we won't do a standard array, we'll do struct NPC instance count enpc id NPC u32 count of value, and we'll do enum array NPC ID like that. So this just goes instance is instance counter for the NPC value plus plus NPC like that. Check that builds. So if we want to make an NPC instance now, just go to the game state default tick. We just do something like instance equals NPC instance of Spidian. Like that. Now I wonder actually if we should do a pre increment like that, so we don't have instance zeros. So or B NPC instance NPC ID Spidian. So we can create two Spidians like that. Hasn't built it in for some reason. Don't know why it's doing that. That is annoying. It's not compiling my changes. And the aim of the game then would be to create two instances of the Spidian spawn point in the editor, and then we're going to look at how the NPCs get spawned in. So it's to do with entity state types. So we've got the ID, which is the hero, right? But it should be, this is going to have to get changed to be an instance ID. And then we need a routine for any ID as a U64. Get the NPC instance. So actually, when we create it, we'll probably have to create it through the game state. Or we register it here actually. We'll register it into the game state from here. Okay, so we got 2 instances there. Spidey in instance 1, Spidey in instance 2. 2 separate IDs, 482, 181. Okay, so we're going to move this into the source, and then we're going to go so maybe we could just make a static, like static optref or standard optional NPC instance get U64 ID like that. So we could do that, or we could go through the game controller. The game state even. Create an NPC instance. I think we go through the game state. So we have some NPC stuff somewhere. Whoops. Whoops. What's going on there? Here. So all these NPC IDs are going to have to be instance IDs now. Okay, so we're going to have NPC instance get NPC instance. Or that could be opt standard optional. NPC instance, create NPC instance, create NPC instance, NPC ID, NPC, so both of these. Oops. And then here we need an array of NPC instances. Array NPC instance, NPC instances, and these need to get. We need to change. This needs to be taken out here. So empty game now needs to say NPC instances dot empty, and then in create NPC instance we just need to go auto index equals NPC instances dot in place NPC. Then we just return NPC instances index. And then we also want to overload the find, or the equality operator. So this is just NPC instances find ID. ID dot value or well, let's just do if auto result okay. Before tick, we'll just take those out. What do we want to do now? So in begin game, where do we actually create the NPCs? Launch game, begin game. This is begin game. Where is initialize? It's here, it's in initialize. We create NPCs for all of the NPC classes. All of the NPC types. Okay, so where's this used? We create one NPC. For each type of NPC ID. So an NPC then, it creates a type like this, but then the ID should actually be, well, before we change anything, because this is where we're going to start getting possibly quite destructive. The ID is an NPC instance. Like this. So this is an NPC instance. Instance like that. And then when we do this, this is NPC instance ID or do this equals get game state dot create NPC instance NPC like this. I want to rename this to NPC kind. God, there's so much stuff with NPCs in it. Okay, I want to leave it. So the operator then for NPC has to return NPC instance, not NPC instance, other instance, or it could just be youth other ID. Instance.id. So we need to do actually a comparison with U64, which we've already got. So we can say return instance is equal other instance, and we need to do a comparator with an other instance as well. So it's just ID equal to the other ID. Has requires NPC state, has NPC ID. Get entity state types. Okay. So this is to do with entity state types now. So these are NPC instance. So how do I want to do this then? Hero state there. It isn't created. Well, it is created, but it isn't actually. We don't say create me a hero. It just goes through this tuple and makes one of each. Which we might want to do. So this is NPC instance really. like that. So we're saying standard to create entity state U64 ID. This ID doesn't exist. This is the instance. So this is just now instance.id. So standard to underline and all these, it's just instance.id now. Get ID. It's a U64. So ID. So I wonder if all these should actually be NPC instances. All these IDs that I'm creating. We'll keep them. We'll do this and then we'll just look at them all. Hang on. So this is instance.id. Vossi, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just starting quite a big refactor. This is instance. Oops. This is instance. Decent, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just starting a big refactor, so the code's gonna get messy for a while, I think. Which is a bit scary. NPC state. So the entity state controller. But yeah, I hope you had a good weekend. The entity state types. These are all called IDs at the moment. So this is instance. What I'm trying to do is instance NPC, so like two of the same enemy on the screen at once type thing. So right now the game has no concept really of two of the same NPC. Because when I originally planned all the NPC system, there was not going to be combat in the game. There was just going to be characters. I thought, I'll just do an enum for each character. Like one enum value for each character. But now it's broadened into combat, so I might want to instance NPCs. Get current patrol. So this is just U64 ID. Well, let's just do NPC instance. NPC. And we've got to find an available patrol. So what we need now, this is good because we can actually have two U32. So U32 NPC return standard to underlying NPC. NPC. Oh, what do I want to call this? We'll just keep it as NPC. It's fine. NPC value. So this can be NPC value. You want to find a available for patrol for this type of NPC. So this is where the instancing stuff makes it complicated, because we define patrols to work on types of NPC. So maybe this should actually be NPC type. No, NPC value. NPC type is better. So a patrol for a particular NPC type. There have been many instances of that type. So this is how we're going to separate it. Find available patrol for that type. But that instance can be from any instance. Alright, so let's go back to NPC. We're just really working on NPC at the moment. So get current patrol for this instance. Don't want to do a build like that. Okay. So let's go to entity state types now. These are all like, so I might want to call this like instance really. So many IDs. I'm just going to do it manually. So these are called instance. Now, and let's just go through all this and correct it all now. All right. So standard to underlying ID. Now is just instance ID. See how Visual Studio chugs there. Create animation controller. So these also instance ID. Okay. Fast travel beam effect. So this is instance ID. So that needs actually an NPC ID for create planting controller. And a tech controller. This is just instance ID. I wonder if I can just pass instance through. Probably not. It's not in the actual immediate scope. No, I can't do that. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff there. Where the planting controller and the tech controller need NPC ID. Obviously, yeah, that goes to there like that. Okay. So planting controllers, they just have an ID. So this is U64, that is gone. It's nice because all these disappear. These were the NPCs duplicates between 64 and... Okay, so that's gone. So all this to do with NPC stuff is gone. So that's gone. That's gone. That's U64 ID. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. That's gone. Okay, so let's just go through here and correct all these ones now. I think what I'm going to do is swap back to debug for this, so I can get them in the error list. Can't do a build single file on Alt F7. Alright, we'll just keep with debug mono, that's fine. Okay, so let's just go through. I want to go through, there's a bunch of errors here. Tick NPC patrol, there's like a bunch of stuff. Right. So all the controller stuff. So basically I want to search for all of these. Create planting controller. U64 ID. ID. Get planting controller. No. Create attribute controller. U64 ID. Well, that's there. Create resource controller. That's gone. Get resource controller. That's gone. Get attribute controller. That's gone. Create tech controller. So that's U64 ID. Get tech controller. That's gone. Get behavior controller. That's gone. Create combat controller. That's gone. Get combat controller. That's gone. Get inventory bag. That's gone. Obviously that. So we need to Get NPC by type doesn't work. Okay, so a bunch of these have got to change. So create NPC instance, that's fine. Spawn NPC at location. Okay, so this here this does a find. So you can't find NPC by eNPC ID anymore. So what do we want to do here? I think we want to make it spawn NPC at location. So this is NPCs time place ID. This is literally now just that. Get collision displacement, what does that do? I just make sure that it's not going to spawn in something collidable. So spawn NPCs at location then. So when we begin the game or launch the game or whenever it is, we don't need to do that. We probably won't do that either. Well, create animation controller. Create movement control. I wonder why we're reserving a bunch. Create planting controller. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that. So we don't spawn. When we call spawn, we do this. Now this is different. Set NPC position. So we could pass the NPC. So who's calling set NPC position? No one really. So we're going to say NPC. Set NPC position. I mean, that's a bit weird as well, because what happens if you set it into a... You just push it into a... yeah, what happens if you just push it into a collidable area? Anyway, whatever. So this is now... It doesn't really need to be bool anymore. So this is just NPC. Which is a bit weird, because you could just do it straight up on the NPC. So we'll get rid of that. So who's calling set NPC position? NPC ID. Cutscene NPC action. So this is the idea that we set the NPC's position on a cutscene, giving it its actual type, which is the Jenny type. Yeah. So how do we want to handle stuff like this? We have to just go through each NPC. To be something like for auto NPC and get game state, get NPCs. If NPC instance what does this return? Yeah. NPC dot so we're just going to go PC instance like this. NPC type is equal to NPC ID and well, let's just go auto instance equals npc.instance. So if the instance npc type and the instance is 1, that's what we do. Fionbjerg, hey, how's it going? Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. Hope you're alright. Oh, nice one. Colour palette. That's really cool. Hope you had a good weekend. So what we might do is we might do the instance might do something like bool is u32 npc value, and then we're just going to go return instance, not the instance ID really, it's the instance value. So we're going to return instance is the instance value, npc value. And we might have another one. Return is so now we can just say instance is like that. Then we just do npc.set position. Returns true. Hey, Dev Alex, how's it going? Welcome back. And then we're going to make another one called that's instance. Instance value. And that just returns instance is instance value npc value. And another one has instance u32 instance value u32 npc value. Like that. Doing nothing much. So I'm working on NPC Instancing now. So the way it used to work. So originally when I thought of the game, I was like, I just have one character per, you know, one instance of a character per game. I won't need more than that because it wasn't going to have things like combat in it and stuff where I needed to spawn multiple enemies. It was just going to have characters. But now I've put combat in. So I'm going to change it so you can instance each character. So the idea is you give it a type and an instance number. So that means if I want 10 Spidians, I can create 10 instances of the Spidian. But it's going to be a little bit of a refactor because some systems depend on the type of thing it is. And some systems depend on the actual thing itself. So I've made a union here where you can just have the instance and the actual NPC, and then it makes an ID out of that. So that ID will just get automatically populated. So basically, if I wanted to do things that work just on the NPC ID, I can pass NPC. If I want things that work on the full ID, you know, like dropping a loot bag, there'll be specific loot bags that Spidians can drop. Doesn't matter what instance it is. So that in this case it'll use that. But when an actual Spidian gonna get hit in an attack, it's gonna be like, this is the thing that gets hit. That has to register the hit. So it's a bit more complicated, but hopefully it won't be too bad once I've finished. We'll see. A lot of the engine's been built, or a lot of the engine doesn't care, but a lot of the game's been kind of built assuming that we won't have entity instancing, and now we do. So we're going to go through that. Yeah, no probs. So tick NPCs. So this is getting the entity name. So get entity name just does this if it's. So this doesn't work now because this is assuming the entity ID is going to be an instance. Entity ID is going to be an enum there, but it's not. So there's just stuff like this. So I'm going to say if auto NPC get game state find NPC get NPC instance for the entity ID. Then we just do lock the enum W name. Well, this is simpler actually. This is just lock of the NPC like that. So this is instance. Yeah, nice one. That sounds fun what you're doing. Actually design something, then go and make it. Hopefully go and make it in the real world. Okay, cool. So now this get entity is just the NPC get ID. Does NPC have a get ID? Yeah. So this is better. This is going to be better. Just might take a while to get through all this stuff. Get movement controller for the playable character. Okay, so playable character. How do I want to do this? I return an NPC instance. World is 3000 by 3000. Cool. Nice one. That's big. I don't know if that's big or not in Unreal. I haven't got much experience with it. 3,000 meters is, if it's a meters, that's pretty big. So get NPC instance. MC. ID. So that returns, so this needs to return standard optional of NPC instance. Open world maps be all right. Nice one. Getting the movable character of the playable character, which tries to get all the movement controllers. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go Optref, movement controller, playable character movement. Hey, all right. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. So this is playable character movement. Handle patrol. Okay, so handle patrol. It's an NPC ID. So I think handle patrol. This needs an NPC instance, this. Struct NPC instance. So there. And we can get rid of that. Doing all right?
Sweet.
Yeah, so you're doing all right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Cool. I won't call them NPC ID though. Call it NPC instance. Oh. Get movement controller with an NPC instance. Get current patrol, NPC instance. Get movement controller, NPC instance.id. Maybe we should do a bool operator U64 return ID like that. No, U64 even. We need to do this. Hang on. I think it's just it's just operator U64. Let's see where I've done this before. You don't actually specify a return type. Okay. From const. With the color palette, I only use about 2 kilobytes for my texture. All right, cool. So you're just palletizing every pixel. Yeah, that's really cool. It's a cool compression trick. Okay, that seemed to work. Fast travel beam effect. What does this need? The owner ID. Okay, so let's just go. So this is U64 owner ID. Really? Now. This is game state. Playable character movement. Provide duplicates for each color combination. Alright, cool. Yeah, nice one, Fanbjerg. That's cool. Get NPC position of the owner ID. Okay, so get NPC position. How is that different to get entity position? Because if you're only talking about NPCs.
It's alright, it's just got.
Oh, yeah, that's alright. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no problem. Okay, so get NPC position of the owner ID. Here's the thing, we're not actually specifically saying it's for NPCs now. So we could do get game. Get movement controller, get position. So what would this eventually do? Get the movement controller position. So we can say if auto MC, get game state, get movement controller, owner ID, position equals MC, get position. Which is better. So this is in current room. Alrighty. Okay, very good. Everything else was just done on U64, which is the better thing. So fast travel beam effect, there we go. Set NPC location. So this is U64 NPC ID. Get monorail carrying NPC. Okay. So this is the monorail controller. NPCs aboard, so that needs to be NPC instance. E. Or it could just be U64. NPC instance would be better. The problem with doing that is we need to include NPC in here. Which is quite a lot of stuff. I'm going to make a new file called NPC instance. Just a header file. And then NPC. So we'll just include these. So include NPC instance. That just goes in there like that. Do need to include an array. Oh, it's not, it's actually a header and got this constructor header and a source file. Sec. I don't think this is recursive actually. So this would be instance instance counter. So we call create NPC instance. Which want to do? I'm going to rename this add NPC instance. And that's just NPC instance. This should probably add unique, really. Okay, so where are we now? In the monorail controller. So now we can get rid of this and include NPC instance. Which is more lightweight, which is nice. And that's NPCs aboard. That's NPC instance. NPC instance. All these ENPC IDs now are NPC instances. Okay. Set playable character. To no one. Power cut off. Ah, right. Welcome back. Yeah, a couple of people who have had power cuts in the last couple of weeks. So set playable character. All this kind of stuff needs changing, really. 0.1 milliseconds per frame, even as I keep scaling the program. Yeah, so that's 1,000 frames. What would that be? 10,000 frames a second. Wow, that's fast. My goal is 60 frames. Currently goes at about 800 frames at the moment, so I've got a lot of room, but there's not much. I want to do a lot more with the graphics. So yeah. Whoops. So it will go down. Get NPC location, NPC ID. U64 NPC ID. Get NPC. That's not a thing anymore. Set speaking NPC. NPC instance, I suppose. Speaking NPC is standard optional NPC instance. So that's nicer. That's quite nice. Set playable character. I think we need to rename this to type. Let me know if you can keep it to 10,000 frames a second. That is fast. Okay. So NPC type is not unknown. Get the movement controller. So there might not be an old playable character. So it's going to go value or NPC instance there. Is playable character. Don't need to do that actually. Get playable character. PC instance. So this really needs to be standard optional, I would say. So we've got playable character and get playable character. Which doesn't make sense. It just returns playable character. Okay. So that's just going to do this. Playable character. Get playable character movement. Where's get playable character? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's good. Good goal. Keep yourself as fast as possible. Like a fun little rule, really. Try and get it. I don't think I'd ever be able to. I mean, not on this computer. I don't think it would ever go at 10,000 frames a second. It might on like a super duper computer. So I wonder if that was because originally wasn't returning an optional value. So that is playable character. So get played character movement now. Take that away. Put it underneath here. In current room. $4080 Ti, yeah. That's super duper card then. Yeah. I have a 1080, so it's a lot older. Get entity location. So we're gonna go if auto NPC equals get game state. Get NPC or find NPC. Do get movement controller. Entity ID. Return MC get location. So there's a movement controller as well. Now have a get region. No. So again, that can go on the get position. Okay. Game state in current room. Now it gets the entity location and checks it's in the same room. So we don't need in current room for NPC ID now. Or in the same room for NPCs. So this is get entity location actually. Get game. Get entity location. And that's just, whoops. Lock 0. Lock 1. Check the rooms are the same. So yeah, we deleted that. You have a 1080 when you were 14. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, this computer's maybe about 8 or 9 years old now. So it's very out of date. 1080. I think the 1080 was the well, the 1080 Ti was the fastest commercial card. It was before even like the 2080 or anything when I got it. It's been a really good card. I enjoyed it. It's definitely time to get a new one one day. Okay, so we've got now wants to speak. This is entity ID. If his playable character, return the results in current room. Speak an NPC is an NPC instance there. So I wonder there if we... Because they were saying NPCs are the only things that can speak. Get speaker dialogue state. Speaker ID. But this does actually need to be an NPC instance. So this is instance dot NPC type. Games are increasingly more demanding, yeah, it's true. That's crazy as well, isn't it? This computer does actually play Red Dead 2 at 30 frames, I think. Red Dead 2 I'd consider one of the high level, you know, one of the more demanding games graphically. But then, you know, you've got a lot of stuff. Probably if you had a more modern card, you'd have a lot more features available that would actually knock down the frame rate considerably on this computer. But because I don't use them, it's okay. CSGO though, that's surely not that graphics intensive. There must be, yeah, it must be other thing, yeah, bandwidth. There's lots of reasons why a game might be slow. Didn't age well. Yeah, my laptop didn't age well either. I always keep it round though, because if I can get this game to run on that laptop at 60, I know it'll run on anything with, as long as it's got a dedicated card. If I can get it to run on the integrated chip, even better. Okay, so let's have a quick look in here for NPC ID. So we've only got that one now. Spawn entity at location. That's the type of NPC. So I'm going to rename this NPC type. So this needs to be renamed NPC type as well. I'll do that later. All right. Handle patrol for an NPC instance. Oops. I wonder if we could literally pass in the NPC. Well, get current patrol. NPC type. There's a couple of things. We could make it NPC. Now, we could make it decay into the instance, but NPC type. Oh. Alright, it's going to take 2 minutes. Go to the loo. I'll be back soon. I think in debug mode, if I run my game on a debug build of my game on my laptop without it plugged in, so it's using the power saving, I think it runs about 40 frames, something like that. Okay, so wants to speak now is the NPC instance. So I wonder if I think we're going to change this to const NPC. Like these all work on NPC. So we just say auto NPC instance is that. Like that. Wants to speak. So this is just NPC now. Handle patrol probably should be the same. Let's make them constant PC. Stopped copying for some reason. Copy. There we go. State, get current patrol. So I think we're going to make this a constant NPC as well. instance type. And then in game patrols, yeah. Okay, so handle patrol is just instance. So these are the things that we need to get. Current patrol is NPC. Get movement controller, NPC ID. Fast travel beam effect. NPC get ID. NPC get ID. Set NPC location. So that is just NPC set location. This location. So that's nice. Oops. Current patrol NPC. Anything else an NPC instance there? Yeah. Okay, so this is a tick. So this actually does need NPC instance. Can't actually pass a reference to the NPC into there because it might get moved. The instance will be fine though. That's the problem. I don't know what NPC is. There's a class. All right, so this is the same. Auto NPC instance. NPC get instance. Ah, that's a shame. That would have been a nice. But yeah, we can't do it there. We have to do get a state dot set NPC location. NPC instance. There as well. Execute displace NPC. That takes an NPC ID, so that's wrong. This is an NPC instance. Or U64 NPC ID. There's all these actually. Trigger NPC. So it might be better here for all these to actually take the instances. I think it probably will be. And then we actually can't get away with forward declaring anymore. So that goes away, but we can include NPC instance because it's more lightweight now. Like rather than actually just passing a U64 ID, because we're explicitly saying it's displace NPC. Like, is there anything to do with, does it need to be displaced? Oh, it's because it's detecting if it's the playable character. We have to disable the input if it's the playable character. We could just say displace entity. And then it would work on anything. Rather than displace NPC. I think we'll do that. We'll call this displace entity. And this is a U64 entity ID. Like that. If it is the playable character, so what is that? That's just an ID. And this is get entity position entity ID. There we go. So that could just work for any entity now. It doesn't actually have to be a NPC. This combat state change probably does need to be an NPC. Attack one as well. So they're instances now. Playable character says non-playable character, playable character. Okay. We'll execute dialogue as well. This is just U64. Execute tech bar. So got the actor ID. So what we got? Get the target. If the actor ID is the planting droid. So we want get NPC type. I think given an ID. So eNPC ID, get NPC type, NPC ID. So it's if auto NPC then NPC get instance type, get instance type. So let's get NPC type there. So this is game state, get NPC type, the actor ID. So if it's a planting droid, same there. Get NPC position. So this is actor ID. So that's like a couple of searches through the NPCs there. I mean, it's fine, isn't it? Okay, keep going. See, it's great because it's not even standard 2 underlying, you know, which is very nice. So it is improving the actual flow, like layout of the code. Get entity position for entity ID. So what's the problem? It's not a member of get entity position is not a member of game state. It's game. Maybe we should put it in-game state as well. Don't know really. Okay, execute NPC combat state change. So this is an NPC instance now. This, I think, is also an NPC instance. So we get the combat controller of NPC, which is standard optional NPC. This is the ID. So you're getting the playable character. I think get playable character, you know. Should be that. So this would be dot value or NPC instance. Okay, that's the ready state events done. Go back to the game state, continue doing that. Like, I wonder if on here we could do explicit operator bool return self. Well, do this. ID is not equal to 0. And then let's just put all those in the file. Yeah. What did it do there? That ran, that didn't work. this constructor is in the wrong one now, so where is it? Here. These need to go in the instance file. What's the problem here? I think we need to. Plus plus is not defined. So it's like this value. Is type. This is type. 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 Type like that. Include game state. Okay, so NPC now, does that still compile? No, not anymore. Royal state. So we need the NPC for that now, which is this. So the patrol system's probably going to have to change. I'm not sure. We'll get there, we'll get there. So wants to speak now. Is straight up NPC. Character ID. So the playable character ID. So I think we want U64 get playable character ID. Return get playable character value or NPC instance dot ID. And this is just get playable character ID. face towards. Get player position. I think. Get playable character ID. So we're getting the movement controllers. This is just get player movement. Playable character movement. Get movement controller of the NPC ID. Or even the NPC instance. That's totally fine as well. That's what the rest of them are doing. Get player position. So this is get playable character ID. There. Get NPC. That's not a thing. Check that's not actually declared anywhere. No. So this also won't work. So this is just NPCs find ID. So this is actual playable character. This is playable character ID. Or get playable character ID. Playable character changed. Okay. So this is NPC instance. So we'll include NPC instance. Get rid of that. This is probably all of these. NPC instance. This is spawn NPC. This is an NPC ID. Set playable character. So we have to do how we're going to show the instances in the editor. That's something we're going to have to do work on. Okay. So let's go back to game state. And this is NPC. So the old PC, the old playable character ID. So this is get NPC instance. Old NPC value or Alright, I'm gonna have to head off. But I'm gonna continue working on this. It's not very interesting stuff, to be fair, so you won't miss anything. I'm just keep porting, keep refactoring this code. And hopefully in the next couple of days we'll get this done. But I'm gonna head off now. So back tomorrow about 9:30 in the morning. See you later.